recognize our DVC ARSA, Professor Gilbert Duru. Kindly stand up so that people can recognize you. I walked into his office the first time, and he has been guiding me through the steps until today. In also a very special way, I also want to recognize Professor Eunice Girai, our DVC, FP, and D. You know, when you're a mother, you always want to know the needs of your child. She would always call me, Dean, please, if you're stuck somewhere, don't keep quiet. Where can I come in? And I'll tell her, Prof, I'm okay. Until yesterday, she called me, it's all fine. I said, I'm okay, thank you. And she has been mobilizing her team, even in setting days and many other arrangements. Thank you so much, Prof. I may not recognize everybody. Those that I have not recognized, kindly feel deeply appreciated. In the interest of time, allow me to stop at this. No. We have a group of special ladies whom we left this hall at around 10:30 last evening, led by Director Florence. Okay, where are they? They are out. Many a times these are people who are forgotten, but they are the key core in the process. Okay, the media fraternity, thank you so much. Dr. Nabea leading the team, the ICT team, the ones that are struggling developing these materials, my sincere appreciation on behalf of the faculty. Ladies and gentlemen, I also wanted to thank the chief guest, His Excellency, Professor Kivuda Kibwana, a very humble man. Not that many of you might think of a long time interaction with the Prof. In fact, today is the third time we are meeting. So humble, always wanting to build these networks with the old and the young. And when I approached him, he never said no. And I have learned, when you approach by a young person, never say no. They have a reason as to why they have chosen you. At the first, I doubted myself. I thought my hands are not clean. Because I was constantly reminded of that African saying, okay, you know what it says? If a young man washes his hands, he can dine with the elders. So every time the idea of inviting Professor Kivuda to be our chief guest, kept on reminding internally and asking that question, are my hands clean? And I said, let me dare myself. Thank you, Prof, for confirming that my hands are clean and therefore I can dine with the elders. Very thanks. And I am sure, one thing, colleagues, making sure you learn something from His Excellency, the former governor of Makueni County. Dedication to service, without being too bossy, being humble, down to earth. I think that is enough statement to make us reflect on how we treat others and how we want to serve our community. God bless you. At this moment, yes, Florence, you want to talk? Now, I'm supposed to invite the director, research and extension, but I'm reminded that she actually called me and told me that she's in Nairobi for another function, I think by Kenya or NRF. And in a place, I would want to invite our registrar, Dr. Chege, Registrar Academics, to come and run the process, and then Professor Kirimi will come in much later. Am I out of order, Professor? If I am, kindly remind me. It's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Let's come for the Dean. Dean Jatosha. We call him Super Dean because he deals with social issues. Let's clap for him. Thank you, Your Excellency, Professor Kivuda Kibwana, our VC and the DVCs, the Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, the staff members in that faculty, all the senators, the professors, our students, our media fraternity, and all our support partners. Good morning.
Good morning.
God is good
All the time.
and all the time. I want to see smiles because we should be happy, isn't it?
Yes.
All the time. My name is Dr. Samuel Chege, the Registrar Academic Affairs, and I'm privileged and honored to be given this opportunity to give a brief remark and then invite the members. I want to say one word from our VC. When the VC took over the leadership of this university, there is a paradigm shift that he has brought in this university. And one of the things is, there is no country, a nation, or anything that can develop without research and development. And that is our focus as a university. We have to focus on research so that we impact our community and ensure that there is development that is sustainable, sustainability. And that is the impact that our university is working on through the leadership of our professor. With that remark and with humility, I would wish to request our registrar in charge of administration and planning to come over and invite the other leaders in that order. Thank you very much.
When I see His Excellency Kivuta Kibwana here, he motivates me. And having been a governor, you know, can you give myself and him a better clap? Thank you so much. I have a very brief message. Of course, we look at the theme of this conference is about leveraging multidisciplinary. And even the way we begin the occasion itself, we are leveraging on ICT. You have seen it here. The meaning is we are bringing on board all disciplines just to ensure that we achieve adequate research, we innovate, and ultimately we ensure there is development that's sustainable within ourselves, within our locality, within the region, and across the world. Thank you so much. At this point, I'd like to welcome Professor Eunice Kidai, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Admin, Finance, Planning. And can we give her a clap?
Thank you, Registrar. We usually call him our personal person because he's a good planner. Our Vice Chancellor, Professor Henry Muchembe, our Chief Guest, Professor Kivuta Kibwana, and the Chuka University Management Team, Chuka University team as a whole. We have our fathers and donors, all the invited guests, conference organizers led by our dean. We have all participants who are here this morning. I would like to say good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning once again.
Good morning.
God is good.
All the time.
And all the time.
God is good.
Thank you. My name is Professor Eunice Kidai, and I'm the acting Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of 4 areas: administration, finance, planning, and development. So this is the division that usually works behind the scenes. And that's why you did see me there. Some have texted, where are you? I'm here. So this is the division that gives the support to all the university matters. We have the finance, the procurement, ICT, media, name everything that is besides academics. So we really appreciate that you are here today. And on their behalf, I want to welcome you all to Chuka University, and in particular to this conference. This conference is about humanities and social sciences. And in all the aspects of human lives, we cannot live without them. So if we cannot live without them, we cannot forget them in our sustainable development. So I want to thank our Vice Chancellor, Professor Henry Muchembe, and the team, because they have supported. I usually call him a visionary. He can see, he's like an eagle, he can see very far. And now he expects us to assist him in achieving that vision. And that's what he did for this conference together with the Dean of Faculty of Humanities. So I want to thank you for hosting and supporting this event. Our chief guest, we know you have a tight schedule and you have been here and you are ready to share your knowledge. We are ready to listen to you and to learn from you. Some of us, you might be governors, not me, all of us. Maybe me, you never know. Then we thank the donors on behalf of the finance division. We would have strained so much. But that amount that was mentioned, I would have said you go out for a cup of tea immediately. So we want to thank you for that support you've given us. Then organizers for tirelessly organizing. Faculty of Humanities, please stand up so that I want to acknowledge you on behalf of the division. Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, all of you, please give them a clap for all this. Thank you so much for bringing all of us together. Were it not for you, I would not be standing here today. And the participants, you applied, you are successful, you are here. Is it not an achievement? And you are ready to share your knowledge. So clap for yourselves also. So I want to remind us that all the aspects of social sciences that include the culture, the gender, at least now you can hear a different voice. That is the gender part of it. We have had the basis and altos. I don't know whether mine is soprano or so the culture, the languages, communication, philosophy, religion, law, economic planning, climate change, all these aspects, we interact with them in our day-to-day activities. And surprisingly, when we are doing our basic research sciences, we must depend on the social and human aspect. We cannot survive without you people. So you are great people, and with the multidisciplinary approach, I'm sure by the end of this conference, we will have interacted, integrated, networked, collaborated to ensure that all the sustainable goals are met. And with those few remarks or many remarks, I wish to welcome our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Asa, to come and give his remarks. Thank you so much and God bless you. And enjoy your stay with us today.
Thank you very much, my sister. I normally call her my sister because we share many things. And we have a father, Professor Mutembei, who guides us in many respects of what we do for this occasion. Otherwise, our chief guest, Your Excellency, Professor Kibuda Kibwana, the Vice Chancellor, my colleague DVC, all members of management, members of the Dean's Committee, Senate, all invited guests, colleagues, lecturers, and students, all of you delegates, good morning.
Good morning.
I greet you in Jesus' name. God is good. All the time. And all the time.
God is good.
I want to first of all give thanks to God for this opportunity that we are all here today. It is a day that I have prayed about, and I want to believe it is by God's grace that we are here, and we can only be able to give thanks that everybody is alive and doing well. I want to appreciate that the School of Humanities and Social Studies, and especially the Dean, Professor Olana Dr. Sema Ahmed, when I say professor, because I know you'll become a professor very soon. Dr. Kibor, amongst other deans, because when the Vice Chancellor took over this university, and then he requested me with authority of council to assist as an assistant, or rather as an acting Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics, Research and Student Affairs. He challenged me as a person in charge of research and student affairs that we would want to revolutionize the way Chuka University does its research and also conducts its conferencing affairs. And for the first time, I think last year, we started the process of revolutionizing how Chuka University conducts its conferences. And he told me, ensure that this becomes our lifeline, because the core business of a university is really academic or training, doing research, and disseminating this research to stakeholders out there in the community through community outreach and extension. And I took this challenge and took it to the deans. And in a deans committee meeting, I can't remember which, we discussed that there was necessity that we take it as a target of every faculty now to focus on the themes that we as faculties in respective faculties actually do research in, so that we can go in depth instead of just concentrating on the annual conference. I am very grateful today that the deans took it up. They domesticated that idea, that and with the help and the guidance of the Vice Chancellor, we already have had the nursing school do their inaugural conference. I'm trying to explain why the term inaugural conference. It is because out of this new initiative that we agreed with deans, the School of Nursing has already done its first inaugural conference, and second in line is the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, and I'm proud to actually, I would want us to clap for them. Thank you so much, and I want to encourage, because I want to know, I want to also say that other deans are also online. I know the School of Business will be coming in February. The School of Environmental Studies have proposed to have theirs in March. We have another school, the School of Agriculture will be following soon, and I'm trying to link them up so that we can have some activities that will be coming next year. So I want to believe we'll be having a wonderful conferencing at Chuka University, where innovation and communication to the world actually will be from here. We want to become a university of global reputation, a global university, and we cannot do that without ensuring that our voice is heard out there, and it can only be heard from what we are doing that others would want to hear from us. It is out of the research we do, the innovations that we make, that we want to publicize through these conferences. Even as we communicate one to one another, we want also to inform the world what type of research and level of research is going on at Chuka University. Through conferencing, we're able not only to also showcase what we are doing, but also to also inform others that we are here. We can work with you. And I want to believe this will open the world. People will know we are doing what type of research, especially in humanities and social sciences, so that when they are looking for collaborators, they would extend an hand and say, yeah, we heard they are doing this and that. They can come and partner with us to do something new. So I want to applaud this endeavor, that the conference we are doing is one of the many. But I think I want to say this is a great effort. Being a first for the faculty, I really want to applaud you and encourage you. And I pray that we will proceed in this. This is not going to be the last, because we'll be doing it on a repetitive manner every other time. And I want to pray God will bless you. Vice Chancellor, I want to appreciate your guidance and your help. I want to also appreciate those who have financed this occasion so that the school is supported, all our financials. I want you to feel appreciated. I also want to appreciate all those that have contributed papers that will be presented in this conference. And finally, I want to say I thank you all for coming, because if this all was with nobody, then we wouldn't be here. And thank you so much, our chief guest, for accepting to come over and grace this occasion. So karibu sana Chuka University. I want to say Professor Kibwana is my senior. He's a professor of environmental studies. And a long time ago, actually, he's the one who made me to want to become a professor of environmental. Model to many of us in Kenya. You are a special person, a blessing to Kenyans. God bless you. With these few remarks, I want to take this opportunity to welcome our dear Vice Chancellor, Professor Henry Mutembe, to grace this occasion and invite our guest.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, the former governor of Makueni, fellow management, the deans, and the faculty, the participants. Good morning. Good morning. I'll be short of words because when you think of an idea and it is fulfilled, then you should sit back and enjoy. Isn't it? Can we clap for the people who have made the idea to be fulfilled? Your Excellency, I want to say I'm very happy for his knowledge and left all those other paraphernalias that go with the governors, isn't it? Isn't that not humbleness? Can we clap for him? Professor, when you are acting governor, and there was a widespread drought in the country, through my project, I brought 60 students to Makueni and camped in various wards of Makueni for 1 month. He opened, he continued with us, and he slaughtered for us a bull. Actually, we should call, and that is when I had Kalila, his philosophy as a governor. Small for everybody. And the MCAs were not very happy with that. They wanted the whole pot to be put there so that they can eat and make, you know, the politicians want to use the people to enter into the seat. And promising them how the pot will be shared, isn't it? But when they enter, they go away with the pot. He stood against that, isn't it? They threatened to impeach him and everything. But that is the time I was in Makueni. And people, you are the ones who are in every home you are doing a lot of work to salvage the animals. And people are saying, watch our Dhubutu. And that's how firmness, good governance can survive. And to mention that because he's really demonstrated good governance. Today in the office he asked me, maybe if I didn't become a governor, I would have been a vice chancellor. And he said, probably I lost my path. I said, God used him to ensure Makueni got the right starting, isn't it? Otherwise, there are so many counties. I'm not afraid. In the project of Kenya Climate Smart, I did in many counties. There are some counties, governors are busy building empires in Athi River, Isinya, and the other. And the people are left suffering, isn't it? I can name them, but I don't want to do it. I will not be one of the people who will sit here and build empires when people are left here in Chuka suffering. No way. That is not the person I want. It's better for us to run away from what is called materialism. It was actually in summer school. Reject. If you actually wake up and worship having material, go back and ask yourself, am I a scholar? Then you should be somewhere where bags are, isn't it? That will steal, isn't it? So why would you have a PhD when you can steal when you are very young? You wasted a lot of time in school then. Thank you very much on that. I want to start by, in a special way, I want to repeat all the salutations and everything, but in a special way, may I ask all of us to, and once again, clap for the donors. I want to attest this conference has used nothing, 0 shillings from us. We are donors of. It is not Mutembei where you went wrong, Dr. Kiboro. He's telling me to wake up, you appreciate me. You should have stood everybody, including the cleaners of Chuka, wake up. We applaud you for giving us space and conference. So the faculty of humanities, you've made us proud. Including Koroba and the group donating water, isn't it? Meaning, you can do it even from your own pocket, isn't it? See, that is wonderful. Now, Lucy, are you there? Are you here? The first team. She's in South Africa. But you have come with a new innovation. Even faculty members donating. That is a different. That's what I wanted to say. It is a new innovation, isn't it? Asante sana. And everybody. We are doing business with our neighbors. Summer school, we hosted them in various hotels. And one of the hotels appreciated back with 100,000, isn't it? Is that not very good? That is what is called now PP, public-private partnerships. Now you can, Governor, when you go, you can tell them it is achievable. And for me, I don't have to emphasize. There was a video here of what I said about the theme. I will not repeat that. But allow me, I am proud of this faculty. By the way, you know that it is the biggest faculty. If they did do it, we would be surprised, isn't it? But those who doubted, even those who are seated here, you doubted. Can you say now, I believe in it?
I believe in it.
You believe in it, Charo, isn't it? Yes. You believe in it, everybody, because these are the people who have different battles, isn't it? And one day, somebody had asked me, Professor, you know, you guys can attract money because you're in hard science. Then I said, probably you have not gotten where you come in. Because you guys here can do a very good biological science. But that, if it is not consumed, can it be really of value? No. You know why you struggle to do a very good paper? The impact factor is very low. They do a small thing, the impact factor is 1 million times. Because of the numbers, isn't it? Number two, theirs is what people want to read. When you talk about sickle cell, and they are not interested. But bring one Karuma here, then you say, so these are the Karuma guys, so let us clap for them. They are the ones who spread the news like bushfire. So you cannot go without. Yeah, these are some small things. If you want to say that the world is coming to an end tomorrow, that is not scientific. It will spread in the whole and it will be their style. But you say you have discovered and say, who is interested? You say, I am still alive. Isn't it? These guys are very important in that kind of attributes. So, I was wondering why I did one good paper. Then the impact factor was 1 point something. A fellow who was with us in Germany did something. The impact factor was almost 30. I knew why these guys are very important. The other one is the faculties. Don't be challenged. It's not really, we said it is not a competition. However, you can also participate conferencing in a different way, webinars, isn't it? You can even do a very elaborate webinar. Everybody is contributing from every continent. It will still have an impact, isn't it? It can even have an opening ceremony, isn't it? So don't worry. Dr. Buseri, don't be worried. Don't be worried. Dr. Kamweru, are you here? Don't be worried. My friend, yours you can do better with webinar or whatever. But I know you are coming. Don't feel challenged, just support, isn't it? Let us all become one family. We said a tree will die when the roots have been cut. A tree will die when all the leaves have been cut. A tree will die when the xylem is brought, isn't it? So, we are all in it together. And when we do all that we have done, it becomes a collective conference support of the university. Summer school, now Professor, Dr. Kiboro, you are in, Lucy was there, and somebody was there, then it becomes collective. What we did, we said we reject, and it will never happen again, is for us to be evaluated in those areas and we have not contributed to them. Internationalization. There are 3 things, Chege, remember we scored 0 when the ministry came here at that time. I was in the VC. International, we got international student 0. Now we have international from 87. Hiyo tumepita, hata ministry wametuitisha. Leteni hiyo report, hiyo mumeenda out. Attracting resources from outside was another problem, especially for universities that our names are young. Again, we said we shall start. And even legacy has contributed to it. So that one is another big tick, isn't it? International visibility. We said we shall stamp our authority there. Out of climate justice and everything, Professor, you know, we have spread all over. Some people are giving us back our video. They just tell you, are you aware of this? They don't know it came from us. And the knock-in from the VC's email for collaboration from universities we never knew, they are now coming in numbers. So can we clap ourselves? This is basically where we say, don't worry, let us exploit the strength of a registrar. He actually in the right track. He is in the planning, and he planned that event of summer school very excellently. Let us exploit the strength of Joyce. The other days she was telling me the place he went and the number of students who followed her. That is good. Let us exploit the strength of people, not to dwell on the weaknesses, isn't it? Because the weakness might be the regulatory eye. According to, I just regulate you a bit, but at the end of the day, we all say 1 + 1 will never be 1, isn't it? But if you said 1 + 0 will never be more than 1, that is where the issue is. The 0 is now if you are only looking at the negative of that person. So today I am very, very delighted to be here, in particular to actually listen to the science that comes from a faculty that is very rich in multidisciplinary aspects. Now watakuja na lugha, ndio? Wengine watakuja na Kifrench, wengine watatuletea social language, isn't it? And all that. These are the brain people. If you look at the faculty of the faculties in the University of Nairobi, the highest funds usually come from Faculty of Health Sciences. Basically, you know, it is based on diseases that threaten human beings, isn't it? When you hear HIV, when you hear cholera, when you hear those are the this one will bring money because nobody, even the president of the US, doesn't want to die. So that will bring money. Number 2 is Faculty of Humanities. It is very huge, then followed by agriculture, then it goes to business. So what I'm saying, you can stamp your authority. Obviously, if I rank here, Faculty of Agriculture is imechukua mmoja, sio? So all the others, I said it is not competition, let us try. And let us be scholars. Let us not envy some, you know, I think from what you are telling me, let the scholars be. You see the way of siasa is maneno mengi. Let's be scholars. You may not be recognized today because you don't drive those jeeps and all those vehicles. But one day, somebody who will read your paper and sees you as a great man. It is better than being capped and then later they wait for you and they occupy your house. It is not good. It is not good, isn't it? Surely, what makes you feel good? I'm a scholar, I'm a don, isn't it? I've contributed this. Can you be talking about my paper was read by very many people? That is the kind of a don that should be. Not the many vehicles parked in your compound. You are only one human being. You need 10 of them anyway. You die, tutaziuza. Sindio? You die as a man, your wife will be driving them with others. So now, I'll just say, you die as a man and wife, your daughters will bring rats to those vehicles. Isn't it? Then eventually, you finish with what Ecclesiastes says. It is all vanity. Isn't it? Very good. I think that is with those very remarks. I would like to welcome a friend, former governor, and a renowned, I think if Prof there you got it right, wrong. I knew Chuka Kibwana because he talked when I was teaching. And we found you there demonstrating with enjoyers. He's a constitutional scholar. And the Constitution is also related to environmental sustainability. But he is known to be a constitutional professor, isn't it? Professor of constitutional law. So, Professor, you inspired us when you were young dons. I became a student when you were in Pakrats, and again, you continued, then you exited. So, he's a friend, He's been a mentor, and of course, if you remain in the fraternity, maybe you'll be retiring as a Vice Chancellor. Don't worry, you didn't lose everything, you are still sharing your information, so I would like to welcome you, and please, because he was a governor, can we stand up for 2 minutes? And then you have to changamuke, tumpatie ile sasa ya excellence, isn't it? Moja, mbili, tatu, funga, fungua.
Good morning. Good morning. The Vice Chancellor, Andrew Debey, Deputy Vice Chancellors, Professor Eunice, Gidai and Gilbert Nduru, our registrars, chairpersons of deans and directors, chairpersons of departments, students, all distinguished participants. I'm really very privileged to be here again a second time, because last time I was here during the climate justice summer school, and so when I was asked to come again for this conference by the dean, I couldn't actually say no. And I had actually even received very special assistance by the registrar. And so I said, I have a debt to pay. And of course, having been a university a professor, when a university asks me to do something, I feel that it's my duty to do so. And I think, as I've interacted with you, that is Chuka University, for now, within Chuka itself, for the second time, I kind of feel that you're family. And actually you did mention family. But I feel that spirit, that sense of it's a family, and that's a very good sense. And it's something that we expect to continue, so that the institution continues to grow. This theme of leveraging disciplinary research and innovation in humanities and social sciences for sustainable development is extremely timely and compelling, especially because, as we know, in today's world, Kenya included, Africa also, there are many challenges that require not solo research in specific disciplines, but multidisciplinary research, so that such complex challenges, questions, issues can be offered solutions. Because you are scholars here and your multidisciplinary approach is something that you all know, and why it's very useful. Because in this situation, one brings knowledge, skills from several disciplines to bear on confronting whatever challenge, whatever complex societal challenge that there is. So that instead of each one of us working only from the vantage point of what we are trained in, we tend to come together, people from several disciplines, so that we can bring that information, that specialization that we have, so that we can focus on the issue at hand. And this is really something, if, for example, within the university, people committed themselves to approaching research, teaching, training, application in the community in this multidisciplinary way, then you definitely get a lot of positive results. And it's my hope, my expectation that what you have begun to entrench within this university is something that is going to define you, so that people will know, if you want to go to an institution where there is multidisciplinary research, go to Chuka University. Even students and people want to do postgraduate training and all that, so that they can come to you. In some of the literature, multidisciplinary research is also referred to as genre bending. This is usually a term in literature, which means the blending or merging of traditional literary genres to create something very fresh and innovative. And this concept has been borrowed by other disciplines, genre bending, to mean that you're going to bring several disciplines together, you're going to make them speak to an issue, and you're going to get better solutions than if there was solo treatment of a particular field. And this idea, including of course the idea of multidisciplinary research, one can analogize with the very known story of the visually impaired. Sometimes they're called blind people, but a better term is visually impaired. When they went to confront an elephant, and one would touch and then describe the elephant from how they touched it, another one the same. But to really conceptualize the elephant, it means that all those perceptions had to be brought together so that now the whole elephant is described. And that is what multidisciplinary approach in research, genre bending, that is what they try to achieve. I recently looked at a book by Nicholas Githuku, who teaches abroad in the USA. His book is Mau Mau Crucible of War, Statehood, National Identity, and Politics of Post-Colonial Kenya. And there the author uses history, sociology, anthropology, political science, psychology, literature, music, in presenting his research, in doing his research and presenting it. And so you have a work of considerable complexity, depth, because of that kind of treatment. And of course it means that you somehow have to have knowledge in those disciplines that you're using, because if you don't, then people who are experts in each of these disciplines will fault you for misapplying informational knowledge from their disciplines. I remember when I studied in the USA, there were some courses you couldn't do without a prior bachelor's degree. Now, prior body of knowledge. And this is their idea of interdisciplinary application of some of these courses, so that there is a basis of your studying the law, medicine, and so on and so forth. And that is why, like law in my discipline, in terms of America, you'll find somebody who did business business studies first before law. So they'll be very good when they go to court or they interact with business questions. And even others will do environment first, environmental science, then do law. So when they are doing environmental law and justice and climate justice, they are quite adept at that. In the 70s, when I went to University of Nairobi, and also in the 80s when I started teaching, end of 70s. But when we were students, those days the students were not many, and we were allowed to gate crash in other classes. Like I went to sociology, I went to political science, there were symposia. So although we were not registered to study those subjects as lawyers, but we had that possibility of interacting with knowledge from other disciplines. And that, I think, helped us a bit in terms of our understanding of not just law as law, but law in a broader perspective. And so it is clear to me, therefore, that this kind of approach that you are focusing on, and all who are, of course, study it, it's not something that is completely new, so this is just emphasis, is a very critical approach to make the research work that comes into being a very potent research that can be very useful for further teaching, supervising of postgraduate work, working in business, working in government, working wherever. There are definite advantages, and this is something that I shared with Dean, Faculty of Law, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, advantages of this approach. First of all, in terms of problem solving, it's easier to solve societal problems, these complex problems, when you are using knowledge from several disciplines, and you have results from the research which is innovative, which is creative. You have therefore effective solutions, even when it's policy development that you're focusing on. Again, whatever policies that you come up with, whether it's for county government, it's for national government, it's for international level, whatever, the possibility of such policies being able to speak to the issues that you are trying to solve is higher. So, for sure, this approach that the faculty is seeking, the university in its totality wants to adopt, so that it's a signature, tune, so to speak, of what people expect when they come to Chuka, when they want to collaborate with Chuka. This is really, in my view, a very great focus for this university. I looked at, and I also discussed with the dean some of the abstracts of the papers that will be presented, and I think Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic was Administration was able to talk about papers in the clusters of languages, literature, media, communication, and when you look at that body of papers, you can see the attempt to not just focus on one specific discipline, but to marry several disciplines so that there is better understanding, elaboration of whatever is being researched. Then culture, gender, social work, psychology, law, human rights, then education, philosophy, economics, climate change, and studies. So I was eager to, even without listening to the presentations and without reading the papers, but I was eager just to note that from the abstracts and from the titles, there is this groping for moving away from silo approach to trying to do this multidisciplinary approach. And I think that, for me, as you proceed to the second conference after nursing, I think this is really the way to go. And I like the fact that the Vice Chancellor is saying, we are not hurrying you, don't feel there is competition here, but everybody has got their time to do what they must do. And I think that's good encouragement. You're told this has to be done, but take your time, but don't take too much time. Another aspect I really liked from what you're doing is the inter-university collaboration. You know, so that, you know, you have, of course there was the summer school where there was coverage from all over Kenya, all over Africa, you know, abroad. And of course, when people feel comfortable to come and relate to you from all those quarters, it means there is trust. It means that they think you're doing something good. And the leadership is visionary, and the leadership is accommodating, and the leadership can facilitate such global endeavors. And of course, we know that climate justice is one of the most critical things today in the academy, in government, and even within communities. So then I liked the fact that there is also collaboration from the private sector. There is collaboration from National Crime Research Center, that is national government, and that's I think where to go. Of course, when there is also Hamburg University, there is University of Nairobi, Taita Taveta, Masinde, Mulilo Rongo, Masai Mara, Tharaka, KU, Catholic University, Kabianga, Machakos, Tangaza, University of Nairobi, yes, my university. I also went to African International University. Next time, invite them. When you are doing something about next time. So, Seku, Kenya Methodist, you know, all those universities, I'm sure, will not go to a place for research work when they believe there is no serious research happening, there is no serious engagement. And I think that is something that one must commend you for, so that this becomes our home for interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary research, for that genre bending. I'll make a few other points to suggest that some of the things you are doing which can be deepened and so on, just to make some comments about that. I think it's always important to deal with issues that are proximate to the community where a university is. Because we used to call universities every tower, but a university must go to the community and see what are the issues there, and that's why Professor, Vice Chancellor, came to Makweni when he was doing drought issues and climate smart, you know, so that this information that we have is applicable within those communities. We research there, we know what are the issues, and we hope or offer solutions. And I think universities can help devolution significantly, because it's a new layer of government, and there are many issues there. And that, you know, is a place to assist in terms of like health, like agriculture, youth empowerment, and so on. Some of the issues in the counties which are problematic. Universities sometimes And I like the fact that even for funding, you're reaching out the private sector. But I think universities also require to work within the private sector with issues of social entrepreneurship with young people, so that even there their reach, their focus is evident. I remember as a student, professors were given abroad, were given sabbaticals religiously to go into government and know how government works, and in terms of their own discipline, to enrich their teaching vis-a-vis what they learn in terms of what government works. They would also get sabbatical to the private sector, even if it's short stints of period, and into international bodies, so that what you teach, your research, is informed by real issues that are present in those spheres. And I think particularly one thing that we miss is our interaction with the private sector, like the business school and so on, to become relevant in terms of helping them solve issues that they have. I think there was mention of doing research so that there is global recognition. Because in the research, and this also was mentioned, if for a professor, your research is cited in a profuse manner, so that really it is a work of reference, that goes into saying that that university where the professor is, this is a serious institution. So even as you do your work, that's the bar. You aim to produce work that is of global quality. Identify promotion to the university, to teach, to guide other students who are doing, their work and all that. But sometimes, and let me be make this point with a low voice. Sometimes when people become full professors, they stop doing a lot of research, because they believe that now they can be promoted to something else. So, Vice Chancellor, make sure that that doesn't happen. Maybe there should be performance management so that people can continue producing. Because abroad, people produce even after they have retired from active duty in universities. There is a tendency to also, because of we don't get paid very well. By the time I left the university, I think after 25 years, I had not earned 100,000 shillings per month those days. So people do consultancies, and then sometimes there's also moonlighting. But those can also, some of those can derail you from real application of your research. Although you have to survive, that's the agreement. And I hope that when people are doing consultancies, it can also, you can use that as a basis of your multidisciplinary research. So that you do the consultancy, you get data, you provide the consultancy, but you use that as a springboard for further your aspect of academic mentorship, the senior people to mentor the junior faculty, to mentor graduate students, and even to have a system where when anybody comes to the university, they're exposed to mentorship where they will begin to develop research skills. I think that can assist a lot in this journey of multidisciplinary research. I think that also becomes important. I don't know whether they are, apart from the regular sabbaticals which people get, and they can go to teach in other universities here in Kenya or other universities elsewhere, so that sometimes we avoid intellectual incest. Because if you keep on just gravitating in the same place, you can circulate the same ideas. So it's good for that challenge elsewhere. And I really like this tradition of these conferences. And to make sure that even if they are biannual, to make sure that so that each researcher becomes the brother-sister's keeper. And you push each other, and you critique each other's work, and you do that kind of stuff. Like a journal for this work now, refereed, so that this is a refereed journal. When people publish within it, that is recognized and that assists a lot. And then the question of marketing research, the Vice Chancellor spoke on this, so that is not just kept in the library in some shelves. Even going back and saying, what research have we done? How can we look at it and say, this research can be marketed in a particular place, within government, within private sector, and so on, so that it grows legs. It grows legs, and it becomes applied research, it becomes innovation, it becomes a tool for sustainable development. I hope each year you have a bibliography of the research that has been done by this university, so that people can say this is the product of Chuka University, and even celebrate. Like when people do pathfinding research, you celebrate, and maybe even there can be research awards, and even students. When you do good work, you're patted, and the Vice Chancellor is very good at. I have seen patting people at the back and saying congratulations, you are doing well for all of us. I think one has to perhaps look at how universities are ranked. There's like the ranking web or web metrics and all that kind of stuff, and at some point each year they say a university was this number, that number, and so on. One has to look at those criteria and then deliberately work on them, and actually research is one of the top criteria. So that therefore each year you can move from one position in Kenya, another position in Africa, another position in global ranking. And some universities are not in the global ranking. Some are not even in the African ranking. But I want to assure you, Chuka is in all of those. So you are doing well. And that is to mean you should do better. And every year, work on those criteria of research, of other missions of your institution, so that you are doing well. The question of funding is one of the most trickiest for research, because normally from the national government and from county governments you actually get money for research. So this idea of being really being very energetic and really, having those good proposals and to make sure that you can attract as much, because without funding, you are not going to do research that really is cutting edge. So I think even in terms of just discussing how the funding will come through, that alone, even a seminar for that kind of stuff, from the state, from universities, other universities abroad, and so on and so forth. I don't know whether you have university, Chuka University Press, because it's easy, I think, to make a company to have a university press so that you can do your books and books of other people. If you don't have one, that would be a good thing to have. And to also work with the diaspora, because like this African Studies Association, they have conferences annually. There is African Studies Association, that's USA. There is also UK. They have conferences every 2 years. I think it's good to interact with scholars, particularly African scholars abroad, because you have worked with them, you went to school, the professors with some of them, so that the research can with Codestria, so that your research can be, the synergy working with those. I don't know whether like students, is it called link? Yeah, because all the faculty, all the graduate students, whatever, because when they are looking at how universities are doing, they look at the web, they look at those places, they look at all that information which says the students, the faculty, what people are doing. So I think that could be a good thing. The Vice Chancellor, I think there was mention, I think with the Dean of Pamela Triza. Is she here? Is Pamela here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Let us clap for Pamela. Pamela and also Ekobana, that is some students from St. Paul's, have done a great thing. Thank you. Have done a great thing in terms of from research, translating it into an innovation, because that is really the pathway of what research, apart from research for teaching, for training, for translating research, and that is why abroad a lot of research and the funding comes to the research which will be translated into innovation, business, and so on. And we are happy that I'm happy, and I think we are happy that this has been patented, and that this is dealing with a big social issue of girls really having dignity and women having dignity. I remember when sometimes even when you made available sanitary pads, sometimes there was a debate of whether it's the mother or if it's the daughter. You are giving to the daughter, but then school girl, then there is a debate about maybe the mother will use it. So it's a complex issue, and really, I am very proud of that, and it's our wish you will continue, and it will now be commercialized, and even the university will help you to navigate, in that particular situation. And I hope in this conference, I hope in this conference we're also going to get an innovation from faculty.
Yeah.
And by the way, innovations can be not just like the product, it can be processes.
Yes, processes.
It can be processes. And I want to thank Dr. Zipporah Mudui, who has been mentoring Pamela, and also emphasize that that is interdisciplinary work, because that's a physicist, and she's into culture, into gender, into health, that kind of stuff. So I'm very excited, and I think because we really want to listen to the real papers, I am very excited, and I wish the university well in terms of this pathway of entrenching multidisciplinary research in the work that you do. And thank you, Vice Chancellor. Thank you, deputies. Thank you, management. Thank you all for asking me to come. And any next time, I don't mind coming for a legal thing. Asante. Thank you, sir. Oh, I need to open. You know, when I was Mongwende, I used to say, the people have opened the thing. I was, even I told them, don't call me Excellency and don't stand. So now, because the Vice Chancellor has, and actually, protocol, even when there's a chief guest, one says, Vice Chancellor, chief guest. That order, because I used to be in government and we were very particular about who was senior and so on. So anyway, so with the Vice Chancellor, we have declared this.
Thank you very much. We want to appreciate you. You don't have to sit before we appreciate you. But before we appreciate you, haven't you not seen a scholar here? All the things we keep on saying, one by one, they have been articulated. The importance of impact factor of our research, the importance of ranking, isn't it? He has even navigated and said one thing I've learned today. The catalog or the bibliograph of every year, the research we have done. Not what we have done, then we should go even a mile. The research that we have done and we have been disseminated them to the consumer, because then it will just be a record. Cambodia, where are you? The librarian. He has also talked about the press, isn't it? It is good to have the library. Usually the press is usually, even the University of Nairobi, it is an associate of the library. It is so that even these theses and everything, we can even be doing for all the others. We have become now very popular in hiring our gowns to the neighbors. Why can't we also start doing the work for books for them, isn't it? Those are the things, and I hope Professor Nduru, you will sit with the professor here and upembeleze ya kupatia hizo notes. Itakuwa mwa Kenya for your own assessment, isn't it? Professor has become navigated through from governor to professor, isn't it? And therefore, I would like us to appreciate him, and probably, if you're not staying here the whole day, listen to that paper of Pamela. Because you read it from an abstract, it will be good for that to be presented so that you can continue encouraging her, and I hope you can also even shake her hand. That will be better, isn't it? So let us do a few things. One of them, can you all stand up? We want to appreciate him so that we can also stand up. And I am aware, Dean, there are some things you want to do after this. So when I say parliament, we do this, digital. Then we say Moi, you know he was against the Nyayo. Lazima kupige hiyo, sindio? Haya, parliament, digital. Nyayo. 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 So that now you press Moi wherever he is.
Excuse me. Again, professors, Your Excellency and our Vice Chancellor, please, I respectfully ask you to remain there, because as a faculty, we have really to get into the deep oceans in terms of the academy. We have a part-time lecturer who has published a book, and at the same time we have a very vibrant media section. We have a faculty magazine, it's the first, so we would please want to take a few minutes. We do the launch of the book and also the faculty magazine. Yes, so the chief editor, kindly come forward. The CODs, kindly come forward. We can be justified here. Our days is not that big to accommodate all of us, but the people provided said much as it's more, it grows. So next time, it will be much bigger. So kindly you can come this way, the DVCs. Yes. Mr. Boniface, where are you? Kindly come. Dr. Mkasa, you are here? Yes. We may not really have enough time to provide the synopsis of the publication, but just as a ceremony so that we entrench that culture. The CODs, they need to be here. Yes. Where's Dr. Naber? Yes. PRO? Dr. Namulia, kindly? Yes. So Miriam, we are going to start with which one? The book, eh?
Can this one down? Go down, please.
Yes, this one can... kindly. Joachim, you can assist here. So we will start with the book publication. Mr. Boniface Nyamwea, many of you, he is here, very young, and I'm happy now that he is on that journey. And we are expecting people like Imbuga from you, okay, Chinua Achebe, Ole Soyinka, and the bogies of this world. So I will give the mentor, who is going to just very briefly, without expounding, kindly tell us what the book is all about, briefly, 2 minutes maximum, so that we also launch the magazine. Dr. Mkasa.
The chief guest, the VC, and all protocol observed. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm very happy to be here. In fact, I'm so happy because the chief guest is a literature guru, because we are also in the same group of Kenya Literature Association, and he has also been mentoring creatives at his home. I think the Creative Forum. So I think he's good hands. So basically, I also want to appreciate the faculty of Humanities, because we've mentored. These are associate lecturer who is a Gen Z, by the way. He's a Gen Z, and he has been able to publish 3 collections of books in English and also in Kenyan. And first and foremost, you know, now we are in the Gen Z generation. There's a serious reawakening. So his text that we are launching today is called The Weight of Black Tongues. Is a book that tackles major issues of corruption, poor leadership, HIV, AIDS, in what Chinua Achebe says, the burning issues of the day. So please make sure that you go with a copy and also promote him, and we appreciate the university and the faculty for lifting up these young brains. Thank you very much. The copy goes for 350. Thank you.
So let's have the ceremony. Miriam and your team, and the author, and your mentor. Kindly, you can go up. Professor Colomba, you are in the literature. Kindly join the team as the book is launched. Yes. Let's wait for Professor Colomba also to come. Congratulations. Yes. Cheer for the author. You know, tomorrow is the one you are going to be cheered. Yes. Yes, so, yes, congratulations. We are waiting for Professor Colomba to join. She's the professor of literature.
To cut and launch the book.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Give the mic to the chief.
Yes.
Make one comment on it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. The Weight of Black Tongues and Other Stories by Boniface Nyamwea. In the blurb, The Weight of Black Tongues, an anthology of over half a dozen original short stories by the emerging star of new Kenyan literature, Boniface Nyamweya. This debut collection is both startling and gripping. Envision it as a ride on the tail of a shooting star, zooming through Kenya's night skies, each twinkle representing a unique story. So there's lots of stuff here. Please let us make sure that we go with the copy. And congratulations, and we, please continue to write more, just like was prophesied. We want you to be one of the foremost writers on our continent and beyond. Congratulations.
For us, it's just an output, and it's an output more expensive than corruption deeds. So this will live beyond you, and it will leave honor to your family and yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the book is launched. Please, you can have a copy. It's very cheap, 350 shillings. The cost of the price of the book is cheap, but the content is expensive. Thank you very much. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, we would want to also launch our faculty magazine. This is the first of its kind, and we are going to be publishing the faculty the magazine annually. So I'd like now to call upon Madam Miriam and Faith to come forward so that we do the official launch of the faculty magazine. And I would want to ask the chief editor, where is Mr. Wainaina, the chief editor? Okay, Moses, come to the desk. You've done a lot. Yes. Where's the other gentleman? Huh? Felix, where is Felix? Is Felix with us? Yes, come forward. Dr. Naber, is the section end? Ah, beautiful. Very nice. Yes, so, Your Excellency, our Vice Chancellor, this magazine has been published through the support of the faculty and also the mentorship of the lecturers in the media section, which is under the Department of Humanities. You can now officially launch the magazine.
Hey.
Yes. Wonderful. 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 Yes. So that is the magazine. I'll hand over the mic to the Vice Chancellor together with the Chief Guest to give their remarks about the magazine. Thank you.
This is launched, and the Vice Chancellor will launch it, and let it not miss, like if it's annual, let it always be annual, if possible biannual. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is challenging the Division of Administration. It's very good. The faculty has come up with a very good magazine. I know we normally give one at the graduation, but we need to come up with a comprehensive magazine that can maybe, if the faculty can do it once a year, then maybe the university can be producing twice a year, isn't it? So I know it was one of the Dean's pledge, and the Dean seems to be achieving the pledges. Even the next one after 2 years, I think they're going to vote you back, isn't it? Yeah, because this is a very good idea. I wasn't aware. You also have the privilege of owning, as a faculty, the communications, media and communication department. That is why
You may be ahead of us. But the most important, this is for the entire university. So we should clap for them for that. And the quality is quite good. So I commend the entire faculty for your innovation and to surprise us. I wasn't aware it is being launched, but this is a very good surprise. So congratulations, and the sky is just but a stepping stone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This magazine, some of you get 3 copies, so we are not selling them. And what you're going to do, if you want to access the magazine, you can visit the faculty website, you'll be able to see it there. So we are going to... Yes, then there's a photo with the magazine.
I would like the first photo is where is the CODs are here, where are they? And the Dean and the DVC and the Chief Guest. Let us organize the two, the book and the magazine, because it's an output from the faculty. The book, don't sit all of you together. You can, some of us, come close to you and in between. Yeah, where is the book? Give us that. You have the small book, the copy. That is a, yeah, very good. And I bought one for the governor, so everybody who picks a book will pay for it. Including myself. Now you have left these ones and they want to pay for them. Yeah, so let us have one. So we take a good one. I hope you can capture all of them properly so that you are celebrating an output from the faculty. Tell us to cheer. The motto is so down. Where is the movie? Tell you after the video of this, say Faculty of Humanities. Chapati. Yes. Ask us.
Okay. In 1, 2, 3, we said chapati. So 1, 2, 3.
Chapati. Can we read them? Not higher than your face. Ahead of us. So that we are celebrating. We don't celebrate it.
1, 2, 3. Chapati. Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Chapati. Very good. Now, like I said, it's not a competition. Every journey has to start, isn't it? And they start with one. We agreed we devolve not only power, but we also devolve the power to innovate and to express each other, isn't it? Mind. So other faculties don't feel challenged, just feel ignited. I think there was a very big debate in Naivasha when we wanted the theme of the summer school. We ended up settling for the word ignition, isn't it? Ignited. What the faculty has done, they have just used the key to ignite. Igniting means once we ignite, the vehicle will move, isn't it? Can we have similar innovations because we have been ignited? And may I now request all members of that faculty to stand. All members. Can the members say we thank ourselves for organizing this conference, for training young ones to excel, and we commit we shall do better and better. The others, can we clap 3 for them? 1, 2, 3. And finally, we ask you, when others have their faculty conference, also support them because they are here to support you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our VC. So I was just saying that if you want to read the contents of the magazine, kindly you will be able to access them in our Chuka University website and Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences website.
So I think time is not with us. I would like now to hand over back the microphone to our to Professor Humphrey, and will guide us where to go next time. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for a very good opening session. Our chief guest, our vice chancellor, management, and faculty, deans, senate, and everyone that has supported us, we say thank you very much for a wonderful opening session. So that will mark the end of our opening session, so that we are able to come back and hear the presentations. We'll have a group photo. I think Registrar will guide us outside here after this session. So let's pray so that we go for a cup of tea and for the group photo. We honor you, dear Heavenly Father, for granting us an opportunity to launch the inaugural conference of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Science. We are indeed grateful for a great session, and we pray for great insights as we delve into the papers in the next sessions. Now be with us as we progress in the day. Bless our chief guests and our management for great insights, and even in their endeavors. We give thanks for a cup of tea, for we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Most welcome. The tea is served at the terrace, and that is at the rooftop, 50th floor. And there's an announcement from Komarok Hospital. If anyone of you is unwell, please you can seek medical attention at the ambulance and where they have the tent there. And after tea break, we are all converging here, and then we'll be guided where we shall go for breakaway sessions. Tea is on the 50th floor. Thank you.
achieved our vision. On behalf of Chuka University, I'd like to thank my lecturers for mentoring me with the knowledge. I'd like to thank the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences for promoting and sponsoring this innovation to reach where it is today. I'd also like to appreciate our Vice Chancellor and the team at large for what they have been doing to ensure that from patenting, we work on our prototype right now, and also we see how we're going to commercialize it in the future. From the Technology and Innovation Office, I'd like to welcome Professor Ishumbi to tell us something about the team and how we'll be working. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just have a small presentation on behalf of the office. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Zipora. Just as he said something. Is it good afternoon? Good afternoon. Chief guest, Professor. We met the first time in down there in Naivasha. Welcome. Chuka, you said you'll come. And you may be an adjunct faculty. I hope, because I remember that was said. Our Vice Chancellor, our Deputy Vice Chancellor, all protocols observed. The theme of our today's, I will be very short, the theme of our today's conference is leveraging multidisciplinary research and innovation in humanities and social sciences for sustainable development. So I'm here about innovation. We know what innovation is, and intellectual property. Do you have an idea of what IP is? Yes, the product of the mind. Now, what do you do when you have an idea? You hide it, you share it for the benefit of humanity. So in Chuka, because I want to be brief, we have what you call the Chuka University Technology and Innovation Transfer and Commercialization Hub, the CU Teach. So this is where we handle the innovations and the products of the mind that both the students and faculties come up with. Now, how many people have an idea of what, except the front row, where our office is located? The people from Chuka. You see, we need to do a lot of work, because I can see that. So that's the reason why we are here, and we are here to be of service. So can you go on? I want to be very brief to make sure that. Teresa, the one who has just presented, is our first incubatee in the Teach. Now, what do we offer? We offer support in the creation. So you have an idea, you're not sure that this idea is good. So how do you make sure that your idea is good? So you come and consult us. Then you have an idea that you want to incubation. You come and consult us. You want to commercialize. You have an idea that you want to commercialize. What do? You come and consult us. And now we want to transform your knowledge. Maybe you are not very sure about whether that particular idea can become something that can be of value. Then you come and consult us in the office. Now, I want you to move on to the next. Oh, good. Now, these days, as our able Vice Chancellor always says, we must think outside the box. Not even outside the box, you have to actually destroy the box. For the university to survive, you know, for what we are going through, your salary is not assured. If you just sit down and wait for the salary at the end of the month, and yet you have to put, I'm not saying teaching is bad, but we need to move beyond the process of teaching by using our mind to innovate and commercialize the intellectual property. We have the best cream of the minds here. Am I right? Yes, we have the best people who can bring out. I think we have had seminars where I've shown how much universities make doing intellectual properties. You talk about the big universities, Stanford, Harvard, and the rest. Now, we, like what Teresa did, we protect. So if you have an idea, you don't want your idea to be carried away, we help in the particular process of protection. We even have people in business, in the group that I'm in, who can help in the process of business planning and mentorship. I'm a chemist by training. I might not have any background in business, but we have people who can mentor you. If you have an idea, if you have a book that you want to publish, copyright, because I know you have it. So we can even have the process of sorting of funders. You need some seed money You have an idea, you need some seed money. So where do you get this money from? Even piloting, like what she's doing. Because before something goes to the market, it must go through a what? A particular process. You cannot just take a product and without the process of piloting for production. We can test, we can talk about marketing strategies, we can upscale. So once we pilot, now we go to the next stage, we upscale, we produce more. Then we can talk about improvements. So we have people across that can help in improvement and also diversification of the products. Now, so in brief, what I want to say, you are with our DISC office is just here in the second floor. You are welcome to come and consult us. Feel very much welcome. Asante sana.
Thank you, Professor Geshumbe, and more especially to Teresa. When I see young people taking the lead, that inspires me because it assures me of a future. And your product seems to address most of the global issues that we are tackling with. So we are very, very grateful. I have 3 minutes that I can donate to. So I have 3 minutes that I'm going to donate to our VC to say something.
Not to me. I just wanted to, I'm a scientist. So let the product be there. I tell you how it will sell very quickly. Did you see the product is the same color as the other synthetic parts? So for color it will go through. Did you see how nicely white it is? You know, some of you buy for your spouse and others buy it to use. This one, it means, look at the package. It really will not differentiate. So that is why we are asking, even the news stream that were there, this should be the focus in the science focus magazine. It is usually there. So that now, this should be able, already it has been patented, so it can't be stolen from you. That is one of the things that you protect first, then you start going through. It is something that Kenya itself can exploit fast after the pilot, after the field work that is usually done, the clinical trials and all that. Then we use it, and Kenya is a face setter for Africa, isn't it? Now they are copying even what our youth did. So it means it is time now to start thinking of marketing nationally and internationally. Thank you very much. You have something to say before you leave? You are convinced. He is convinced. He saw it by story. You are convinced now it is a nice one. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, our VC. Then the last person to talk before we break into our rooms, I'm inviting Mr. Boniface Kaburu. He happens to be one of our most resilient partner, and he has something to tell us about equity. Karibu.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Boniface Kaburu. Our guest, the VC, the DVCs, the Chuka fraternity, and all the other guests. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. My voice is not very good. I have a cold, so you pardon me for the voice. But let me say thank you to Chuka University for giving us this chance as Equity Bank to partner with you. I know we have done so much together. We have come from far, and we are going far. So what I would say briefly is we have, as a bank, we have a purpose, which is transforming lives, giving dignity, and expanding opportunities for wealth creation. That's the purpose of the bank. Then what is our vision? To be the champion of the socio-economic prosperity of the people of Africa. And what is our mission statement? There's a reason why I'm reading these things. What is our mission statement? We offer integrated financial services that socially and economically empower consumers and businesses and communities. So basically those are the philosophies that guide us as a bank. They have guided us since the bank started way back in 1984 up to date, and they still remain relevant up to today. So I would want us to look at some of the past events that have happened in the past that should be a wake-up call for us as, let me say Africa, not Kenya, for us as Africa. And I'll read some of the statistics because as our CEO, Dr. James Mwangi, always tells us that the data doesn't lie. Data doesn't lie. If we look at what happened during the times of the COVID, I believe there are many things that got exposed when you look at the global scene. For example, when it comes to manufacturing and agriculture, I think it kind of exposed whatever is happening globally. And I'll read some of those statistics. I don't know whether we know that 40% of the global chemical product exports, they come from only 5 countries in the world. 40% comes from 5 countries, mainly concentrated in America and Europe. Then do we know that 63% of the finished electronic goods come from only 5 countries in the world? 63% comes from only 3 countries in the world. Mainly, which countries? Mostly in Asia. Then, 48% of the global machinery and transport equipment exports come from 5 countries in the world. So there's a unique thing with the 5. The percentages are the ones that are changing. 48% of all the machineries come from only 5 countries in the world, mainly concentrated in Europe and partly in America. Then, when that is mostly in manufacturing, then we have things to do with agriculture. And that one was brought about by what made us realize some of these things. The first one was Corona. The second one was the Russia-Ukraine war. What did we learn from it? Ama tuliona tu shida. Unajua kuna mtu alisema leo upate shida, you can't think. Lakini ukipata shida, si ndio unafikirianga vile utatoka kwa shida. So the Russia-Ukraine war, I think made the world realize that we are dependent on very few countries again in the world. For example, 92% of the palm oil production takes place in 5 countries in the world. Only 5 countries produce 92%. Then, when it comes to sunflower, 68% is produced by only 5 countries. 68% of sunflower. Then we have 74% of sugar production takes place in 5 countries in the world, mainly in South America. For the sunflower is mainly in Europe and I think Russia. Then if we look at wheat, 54% of the total wheat that is produced in the world comes from 5 countries. 70% of maize produced in the world comes from only 5 countries. 72% of rice production comes from 5 countries. Kuna mahali Afrika imetajwa. All those things nimesoma. Do you think Africa is participating? No. The entire Africa? Yes? So, as an institution, when we looked at these issues, the bank sat down and asked itself, where is Africa? What can Africa do to be able to come to the global scene? And that is what gave birth to a program that we call the Africa Recovery and Resilience Plan. I believe some of us might have had it somewhere. These are the issues that we looked at and asked ourselves, how can we, as an institution, help Africa come to the global scene? May it be in manufacturing, may it be in agriculture, and that's how we came up with that program. And in that program, we looked at the things that we can do, and they can be done. And this is just an example. I'll give another example that the bank did during the time of Corona. When Corona came, how much were face masks costing? Yes? 200 per piece or per packet? Per piece. Yes. I bought the first face mask, 1 piece at 250. Currently, how much is 1 piece costing? Yes? From 250 shillings to 10 bob. And these are some of the interventions that we are seeing they can transform Africa. Because the bank did some support to some of the innovative people in the country in Ad River. And we supported some of those manufacturers to do the face masks instead of importing them. And that is what brought down the prices of face masks. So, because some of these things to transform, you know, the bank cannot come and produce. We need everybody on board. I think somebody said the same. For this continent to be transformed, we need the scholars, we need the manufacturers, we need the financial partners, we need everybody on board. And those are the things that we need to look at and ask ourselves, what can we do? This is another example. It can be done. Then, for us to be able to achieve this, the bank is driven by 2 engines. That is the social engine, that is driven mostly by the Equity Foundation, and then we have the commercial engine. The commercial engine is the one that we know as Equity Bank. So, for us to achieve this, we need the 2, because we need finances and we need to do the social part. Because without the social part, you can't achieve. And that's why whenever we go, because of time, I will not talk much, but whenever we go, we ask you to support the commercial part of the bank, so that once the commercial part, the commercial engine does well, it gives some of the profits, and that is where you see us doing the social activities. For example, like in education, we do a lot on Wings to Fly, sponsoring those students that are gifted, but they don't have the finances. We also do things to do with the environment. Every year, we give trees for free. An institution like this one, if you have land that you can plant trees, we give them for free. So, my appeal is, for us to change this continent, let's work together. Let's support the bank. All of us in this room, if we can open accounts with Equity, take loans with Equity, Equity gets the finances, we are able to do some of these transformations. So that's our call today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaburu. And we are grateful for what you do with us. We are very, very grateful. So, the participants and everyone else who's here, I think Professor Kibudha Kibwana has graced our occasion, and he's requesting if we would allow him to leave because he has another function to attend to. Good. So can you all stand up? Okay, so without much ado, we are now going to go to our respective groups. So room 305 was supposed to be used by the first group, the language, literature, and the others. So we have been reassigned to room 204. So please let us hurry up there because we are not doing very well time-wise. Then the other strand that we have on room 306, we have culture, gender, social work, and law and human rights. So room 306. Then we have room G001 for education, philosophy, and economics, and the others. So for the chair of sessions, kindly try to see how you will navigate the situation. This might mean eating into some presenters' time. We reduce from 15 to say 7 if we could, so that at least we take care of the lost time. Thank you very much, and the best wishes to everyone.
among each other, whether this is a possible contributor towards the increased or high cases of gender-based violence in society. Humans become males and females primarily, and then in the legal system, the legal framework, thank you. In the legal framework, traditionally, the duty bearers in human rights history is the state. And then the right bearers is individual human beings. So the right bearers is us, and the duty bearers is the state. When it comes to gender rights or sex rights, it is the individual partners, it is between the individual legal partners to their legal partners, males and females, at least according to our legal system. And what are the characteristics? There are 3 characteristics. They must be persons of age of majority, above 18, and I'm using the word partners, not spouses. Thank you very much. I'm using the word partners, not spouses. They must have age of majority. They must be able to make informed consent. And according to the law, they must be members of the opposite sex. Our law has not developed further to accommodate other types. So in the, let me see, I was just sorry for this. These slides will be shared with you. So the current state in Kenya, the statistical data, we get them from the Kenya Demographic Health Survey of 2014, which is 45% of women aged between 15 and 49 have experienced physical violence, and 14 have experienced sexual violence. The National Crime Center reports a significant rise in gender-based violence cases during the 2019 pandemic. And the demographics breakdown show that women and girls reportedly have higher rates among those in rural areas, lower socioeconomic status, among other factors that contribute to this. We have, in 2015, a Human Rights Watch detailed the plight of schoolgirls in Kenya who faced sexual abuse from teachers and school staff. And then in 2019 also, we had the famous case of, the unfortunate case of Sharon Otieno, which we own. So the legal framework, as I have walked you through in the introduction, in Kenya we have the Sexual Offences Act. The Sexual Offences Act is the direct product of domestication of the Maputo Protocol. The Maputo Protocol, we begin with people's rights, human rights, people's rights, then historically we come to women, and when it came to Kenya we have a very vibrant Sexual Offences Act. In my research and interaction with the justice system, especially the judiciary, you will see suspects are always from the same gender and victims are always from the same gender. This was enacted in 2006. It provides very stringent penalties. So the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act, which was passed in 2015, it gives various provisions of what the duties are, and of course the 2010 Constitution, which gives us the whole chapter of rights, the efficacy, and these are the gaps which the research of course establishes. We have a robust legal framework. We have enforcement agencies. We have cases where victims have been compensated. We also have cases where perpetrators of this sexual violence have been found guilty and jailed. So we have insufficient training for law enforcement and judicial officers because these are cases which are very difficult to prove. We also have cultural norms that stigmatize victims of sexual violence. We have also inadequate support services for survivors, especially for male victims. Gender and sexual rights, we have, these are within the cultural rights, the right to bodily autonomy for both genders. And these emphases also are related to freedom from discrimination, because we human beings, regardless of our race or origin, we are products of sex. So access to justice for victims or persons to whom this perpetration has been committed is also a challenge. And the impact on gender-based violence is we have how to strengthen these rights to reduce gender-based violence. A legal reform which is combined with public education as one of the ways through which this can be reduced. We have responsibilities and duties. So society must foster cultural respect for individual rights, emphasizing that violence and discrimination is not acceptable in any culture or institution. And this includes harmful behavior towards the potential victim. Active participation from community leaders, from individuals, professionals, and even ourselves as members of the society. We have educational campaigns, public education campaigns, and campaigns which should focus on the importance of gender equality, respect for rights, and the role of individuals in preventing violence. The legal experts, through various robust training in the legal curricula in Kenya, and also activism, have stamped a strong authority in this area, but there is very little knowledge that has been cascaded down to the ordinary citizens, who sometimes ignorantly commit this crime and find themselves in the wrong side of the law. The rules, the Sexual Offences Act is one of the most strict and the most difficult to appeal in our justice system. So the survivors, of course, have personal accounts and challenges which they have, which includes stigmatization, discrimination, lack of proper support, and then these gaps, the current social and legal system is not very empathetic and does not provide sometimes effective interventions to individuals. These are some of the recommended legal reforms: strengthening law to cover all forms of gender-based violence, ensuring enforcement and accountability mechanism, public education, this is where we come in, utilizing media and social media included to create awareness through religious organizations, community organizations, university institutions, and then of course community involvement, which involves leaders and through various programs. Identifying challenges and opportunities, we have cultural beliefs and practices that condone gender-based violence. They should be, which are ingrained and challenging to change. And we have deep-seated efforts to address which must be sensitive to cultural context while performing human rights. And then we have systematic inequalities in education, employment, political representation, which are not sensitive or which openly discriminate against specific genders, which are things which we need to address. We have opportunities where there is collaboration between civil society, and then we also have success stories. There are two examples here. We shall listen to a paper done in Kisii community later, in one of the places. Here there are two examples. Example one, we have Nyumba Kumi initiative, which is a community policing strategy, which can help to create awareness at the grassroots level and to organize women, members of the society, in addressing this issue. Thank you very much. This presentation will be shared with the rest of us. And thank you very much, most importantly, for listening to me and for coming to our conference. Thank you. I bring it back to the chair.
Thank you very much. We need to end gender-based violence. I want to apologize. We were to start with the panel speakers. I didn't know they were already here. So I want to give this chance to Chris Otieno. That is the founder and lead consultant at Sate East Africa, and Dr. Silvana Sewe, Director, Global Forensic Services Limited. Karibu sana Chuka, and take my apology.
Apologies taken, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I had a 45 minutes presentation for you guys, but time is not on our side, so I'm going to condense this to 10 minutes. All right? And what I'm talking about is the industrial revolution, the 5 industrial revolutions that we've had in the world, how research has gone into that, and where do we go from there? Because basically, if you look at 1780, the industrialization plan by that time was handworks. We used to do work with our own hands. Then we introduced mechanization, but we started using engine-propelled, steam-powered and water-powered engines. From there on, we moved to industry 1870, where we did electrification. We electrified and used electricity in our production and manufacturing processes, and that called on a lot of work that brought electrification in terms of research that was done. And for the benefit of us to move fast in terms of what we produce to sustain human lives, we had to change our method of production. In 1970, we moved to automation. Automation here basically required that we used machines, and we did basic and preliminary automation to that effect, to allow us to be able to manufacture well and to get to the market the products we needed to sustain our lives, and sustain ourselves, and sustain our economic systems, and to proceed further in making sure that there was sustainability in the global village and the global market. Thereafter, we now come to 2011, digitization. Digitization is inevitable, and we cannot do without digitization. And I'll talk slightly about digitization shortly, right? And from there, we also, in this Industry 4.0, we looked at cyber physical systems or intelligent computers. What we are now doing in this world, in terms of manufacturers, even in e-education, e-government, and collaborative manufacturing, has been basically to ensure that we are using intelligent computers that will collect a lot of data with input, and that data can therefore be used by that computer. For example, the military, autonomous weapons that have the intellect to be able to use data to take action, like what is happening in Gaza Strip and Ukraine. We are there now. But then as we have used Industry 4 technology, we are now going to Industry 5 revolution. And this Industry 5 is about personalization and humanization. Let me touch a bit on Industry 4 because that is the core. Industry 4 has 11 technological pillars. And it is important for each and every one of us, in all our sectors of this economy, where we participate in the growth of our national economy, to note these technologies and be able to look at the trends, the pros, the cons, the challenges, and that nature. Could you please go to slide number 7? Keep moving. Next. All right. I'm going back. So I would like to concentrate all my effort on this slide. This one. I want to concentrate my effort on this slide. In the current revolution that we are in manufacturing and all practices that we are doing currently in the globe, we concentrate our efforts on these 9 pillars of technology. We do simulation and augmentation, we do horizontal and vertical integration, we do industrial Internet of Things, IoT, those in IT, we know that very well. We have the biggest elephant in the house, cybersecurity, that affects all of them. We are gradually and at a very high speed moving into in artificial intelligence. And we know those ones who are supervising projects, we know that we are very highly focused on projects not being done through artificial intelligence. We're also moving at new business models. So in whatever we do, even as Chuka University, we need to look at our business model and how we are executing our strategies and plans to be able to achieve our objectives as a university. Next, we are moving our IT operations to the cloud. And this movement to the clouds means a lot of data is being fed in the cloud. And those clouds, the cloud that we are moving into, can be accessed by hackers. And soon as hackers access that, then we are simply meaning that a lot of data will be lost to those hackers, and that can also be turned around and be used as a claim for ransom. And we know the effect of that in what we do. We're also looking at additive manufacturing. The young guys who are here going to school, and those of us who are developing talent, right? We need to speak to our talent, we need to speak to ourselves about additive manufacturing, because the next phase of manufacturing, for example, 3D printing, right? We are moving gradually from raw material extraction into 3D printing. And whatever that technology requires, it requires capacity, it requires government policies, it requires training and education, capacity development in those areas. If we do not do that, then we are saying in the next 10 years, our labor force in the country will be unable to provide the skill set that is required for us to operate from that. And like my brother from Equity had mentioned, those 5 countries that are dominating the global economy, they are basically dominating that because they are really advanced in industrial revolution technology, the 11 pillars that we're discussing right now. The next item is supply chain. How do you manage your supply chain? Movement of goods from, either inbound or outbound. Inbound to us and outbound from us. For you here at Chuka University, inbound to you is students who come to learn and develop themselves. And outbound for you is the graduates that you produce to go in the job market. Are they ready? Because Industry 4.0 is moving into human capacity development and items in that line. Then even as we sit here, there's what we call big data analysis. A lot of data is being fed into intelligent computers. A lot of data is being fed into intelligent computers. As a country, we are now moving into social health insurance fund. And I know you've all used that *147# for you to be able to register yourself from the mobile handset, and that goes into servers that are supported at Ministry of Health. And what does that mean? If that data is accessed, then we have something else. And we are finally seeing that even as we sit here, things are changing out there. We are having autonomous vehicles and robotization of our methods of production. What do autonomous vehicles mean? For us, Uber, nowadays you can call Uber from your mobile phone. That is just a part of our autonomous vehicle. If you move in the first economy and the second economies, right now vehicles are driving themselves in the streets. We have GPS maps here in Kenya, and we are able to use that and see where we are going. But if we don't now develop that capacity and adapt that technology that can enable us match the global competitive market, then what does that mean to our country? It means our economy will drag behind, our methods of manufacturing will be very behind, and the labor that we move in the market will be less skilled than what we require to be able to sustain and run that economy that is moving in the digital world. All right? So if I look at the current phase of economic activities, they are based on this Industry 4.0 technologies. So what does that mean to us, ladies and gentlemen? Right? Gen Zs took over our country just the other day. And how did they take it over? Because of mobiles and communication on mobile. That's what we mean. That's where everything is run. Everything is going that direction. Right? So there must be a lot of work to be done to ensure that digital transformation of this country is achieved in its entirety to enable us to be able to match the global economy. Even here in Chuka University, we have a lot of digitization going on. Right? So how do we make sure that we are a part of that growth that is also really running in the global world that needs us to go into that? Right? So we also have challenges with this Industry 4 technologies. And what are these challenges? Number one challenge is emerging technologies. There are so many technologies emerging right now. Right? If you go right into your mobile phone, the number of apps on that mobile phone, and how those apps are used is amazing. Because for an old man like myself, a mobile phone is for receiving a call, kupokea mpesa na kutuma message. Done. But the young guys are using this in another way because that is the current trend. That is the movement that technology is going towards. They use BP to check their blood pressures. All right. My son has got an app on his phone, which he tells me that, please take on your sweater. And if I don't take my sweater, it actually rains. I don't know how well it gets that. That is where these guys are going, right? So then how do we thrive ourselves in this Industry 4 revolution? How do we thrive ourselves? As individuals, as a community, as a country, as ECOWAS blocks, economic trading blocks, and then how do we put ourselves there? Number one is upskilling, reskilling, and building a workforce that is capable of shifting mindsets. Right? So where are you placing yourself as a consumer of these 11 pillars of Industry 4.0. You really must advance yourself. And the core enablers of this, agile approach. What is agility in approach? How do you approach your work agile, from an agile perspective? My brother here who just presented to us this paper. How do you approach that kind of presentation from an agility perspective? How do you go to agile digital studios to enable you enriching your work? Enriching work or agile digital studios basically means, for example, conferencing applications. Zoom, Teams, Blue Jeans, how do you use that? Because that is the next area. Then how do you exploit industrial Internet of Things? Because that is a core enabler that drives us to manage ourselves in that economy, right? And then the principle of that is lean. We need to think managing lean. Those of us who are going to the job market to become chief executive officers or to become business leaders. Lean management is something core to you because of reduction in cost of production and cost management, quite critical for your need to manage that, right? So now, if I look at the 11 of them and look at what are these emerging things in these 11 items, all right? The number one thing about them is, right, that they offer incredible benefits, including enhanced efficiency. How do you then use these yourselves? Yourself. To enrich your students, to give your students and make your work efficient, to make it enhanced. If you're running a business, how do you use these to ensure that your customer experience is top-notch? How do you use these to develop new capabilities? I am sure most of us have gone into applications and you don't have a person to speak to, but when you type, you have somebody responding back to you. So artificial intelligence is a very good customer service. Each of these 11 pillars have their own concepts. It is important for you to really understand the concept in each of these technology, and once you understand that, then the next thing that you must know that there will be pros and cons. Each of them has pros and cons, right? One, the benefit is numerous, but at the same time they come with risks. And the biggest risk to all these technologies is cyber breaking or cyber breaches. So we must know what cyber security is, and we must develop ourselves, skill ourselves, to be able to know when a cyber security is in the offing, and for us to be able to stop it. Look at what happened to us with Anonymous Sudan, where eCitizen was brought down and we could not access any item. And how did they get that backdoor into eCitizen platform? Simple, from one of the Kenyan citizens also. The app that was just giving all their details here and there, because we are all connected at one time or the other. If we now want to look at how we are connected, and how many of us here on Safaricom network? All of us, isn't it? So that's the first platform where all of us are sitting in the same place. So what does that mean to us? It means a lot of risks are there, you need to know. The next thing, very good in these technologies, is best practices. What are the best practices that you must adopt? You know, somebody can tell you, your son is sick, 230,000 at the Lagos hospital. Because of panic and fear, they pray on that, you send the money, and your money is gone. So how do you know that this kind of a thing is in the offing? And what is the best practice for you to be able to act preventatively and ensure that is brought down, right? The next thing are challenges consideration, right? We are all adopting these technologies, but do we understand them? Do we understand them? Do you appreciate them? What can we do to mobilize global human capacity to be able to act rightly and ensure that this one is brought down and does not lead us in the path where we are losing everything? Lastly, important in all these technologies is the future trends, because everything is advancing, right? So one of the things is to be strategic. For example, as an institution, you must have a cyber strategy against either all of these 11 pillars. If you don't have a strategy to approach these technological pillars, then you'll have a problem, and the whole institution can lose a lot of money, you can lose a lot of data, and once that data is lost, then we know. People can breach your net, go into your resource, enterprise resource, all right, and issue out certificates to anybody. I can have a certificate to claim that I'm a professor from Chuka University, if you're not prepared to handle those kinds of challenges. So how do we approach that? It means we need to know the future, the future trends. One critical item is that cybersecurity is embedded in all of this. So what do you do to ensure that artificial intelligence does not, what do you do to note the intersection between cybersecurity and artificial intelligence? As an institution, we must know. As business leaders, we must know. As any other person using that, we really must know that. And that is part of what I presented, but because you're managing time, allow me to rush really fast. As I go to the end of this, I'll ask myself and I'll ask ourselves a very simple question. If this is the current world that we are in, what does the future beyond Industry 5.0, Industry 4.0 look like? What does it look like? One very obvious fact is that the bars around Industry 4.0 is just beginning as Industry 5 is next in line. If you have not known about this, ladies and gentlemen, please note, this phase is running out and we are going to Industry 5. And if you go to 5 and don't have the basics of 4, then you need to upskill pretty fast, right? The next thing is bring human capital back into the mix with advanced artificial intelligence, things like that. You must also bring yourself as an individual to know these technologies and to know the challenges, the pros and the cons and the trends that are there to ensure that you yourself are at the helm of how these technologies operate. The next good thing is sustainability, right? We can use all these technologies to sustain our environment. My specialty is in Pentacle source. I am a risk, security, safety, health and environment manager. But the safety and health in there is purely occupational and public health and safety. So we are using a lot of these technologies in enhancing that Penta discipline, and we are making sure that we are using the best. For example, to analyze the climatic data, the environmental data that we get from for example, Meteorological Department, and use that in preparing ourselves to take on the challenges of the future. I am so sorry to say that we have not done very well in Budalangi, and just the other day in areas of Nairobi where flooding really wreaked havoc in the whole Republic of Kenya. But we are now using this one to make everything better, right? Now, businesses also operate in the new ways. Businesses in this country operate in these new ways. And what does that mean? It means that we must develop that human capacity to be able to handle this. If we do not develop that human capacity, then we will be behind. And those of guys of my age, I'm 58 years of age, we were surprised by how Gen Zs organize themselves. Is that true? I was shocked myself. I've been a military intelligence person for the last 24 years, my last 11 years, but this one really surprised me. And the fact that we were unable to pick up this, basically telling me that they beat us right here. Right here. And these guys, pretty soon they'll take over this country just on their mobile phones. That is tough, right? Now, it is all setting the stage for a big change. This one is now setting a stage for a big change, and the big change is that we are now moving to Industry 5.0. And you say Industry 5.0 is purely humanization and modernization, right? Now, business will operate in new ways, the seamless flow between the real and the virtual, right? Real and the virtual. My friend, Dr. Sai, was supposed to be here with me, is going to speak next to us, and we're going to do that from Nairobi. Simple, virtual. If you go to Nairobi right now, we can take the three of us, take a virtual office, and operate from there. Speed up the rent, if the monthly rent, for example, is 15,550, and operations begin to go. COVID-19 told us you don't necessarily need to be an office to be a performer. You can work from home. I work from home with my 58 years of age, right? So we are saying here that Industry 5 is going to bring something different, sustainability and resilience. So then how do you sustain your knowledge in this area as an individual, as a community, as an institution? So guys who are running administration, I wish the professor was here, I would have told her you need to sit with me, because we need to have a strategy along this industrial 4 technology, the industrial 5 technology, because this is where we lose the game. Then the next thing is resilience. How do we create resilience amongst ourselves to be able to sustain the gains that we have gained? And how do we water down the weaknesses that are taking us back to square A, where we have no idea what is happening behind our IT systems or behind the data that we are having? So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say thank you, but I really would have wanted to get more time to go deeper into all these subjects, but I've just completely summarized that. But thanks nevertheless that I've had time to share what I brought for you. Right? My company is Hata East Africa Limited. Security, safety, awareness, training and education, and we deal with technology in security, in safety, in public health, and occupational health, and environment management, and corporate social responsibility. So if at all you have any challenge in those areas, we are available. We are right now developing safer and smart cities in Vidog, Namibia, just on those platforms, right? We hope we do the same in Nairobi. We keep having budgets down, budgets down, budgets down. I hope one day we shall have somebody who will say, now ladies and gentlemen, let's go on and finish the safer and smart city of Nairobi, because Nairobi needs a lot of it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I think you're the person we need right now.
I'm so glad to hear that.
Yeah, because like 2 weeks ago, I attended a conference workshop on artificial intelligence. And I came back thinking, oh my God, we are so far away from getting there. And I'm glad you talked about it. My point first is to thank you for that, but I would also want to comment, I wanted to comment on research, plagiarism, and artificial intelligence. Where are we? Well, because I come from a background where when you do research, you read others, you acknowledge, you publish, you go to the field, you bring what is yours and what is others and say, here is where I stand. But these days, just like you said rightly, our babies, our sons and daughters can sit in their house and a machine can produce a thesis for them. So, artificial intelligence, research, and plagiarism. How do we go about it? Sometimes I sit once when I mark and I feel like I can resign because I give an exam, I am standing there supervising, but because I'm a very keen marker, I can get what is not from this student, and I was standing right there when I administered the exam. What is happening? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really glad you brought it up. I'm really glad you brought it from the way you brought it. Now, I'm going to go a bit deep into what are the implications, the impacts, the benefits, drawbacks, challenges, opportunities, uncertainties, uncertainties of these 11 technologies. Number one, improve products and services. One of the products that I'm talking about here is a report from students who are researching what my dear sister has mentioned. All right? They present reports that are out of this world. Very good. But then you need to ask yourself, is this human or robot that has done this job? How do you get to know that? Only and only if you also have those skills of handling that kind of technology. The problem is we do not have it. I'm sorry, I'm not going to underrate anybody, but I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not going to underrate anyone. I'm one of those people. I think I'm the second oldest. I'm 58. Or probably I'm the oldest in this room. Who's above 58? Thank God I'm the oldest. I'm so glad. So I can advise you from a point of knowledge. So one of the biggest drawbacks that we have is our own skills. Us, as the people who are responsible. Like I told you, I'm an intelligence person. I have worked in the highest level of intelligence, here and out. But he, Gen Z, me mwenyewe, I had no idea how they would mobilize themselves, how they would plan themselves, because in my area of operation, I know strategy is sit on the table and plan and draw maps and give directions. But these guys never used to do that. So our biggest problem is, are we able to also look at our productivity as the persons in charge or persons looking after those guys who are producing these reports? Because they come up with super reports. Super reports. So how do you take that? I'm sure you've gone into websites in Akuliza. Please confirm if you're a robot or you're not a robot. And then you have to click into that cache to confirm. Now, when they submit work that has been done on AI basis, written, because at 7 AI, write for me a report on the theme of this. I'll give you a very long report, what you need to do. So how do you detect? Let me go, all right? We also need to transform ourselves as a business to be able to have this uptake in our own system. Right? I mean, what I do to those students that I mentor, because I also mentor, all their work is submitted on Soft. And I run programs to tell me whether that is AI report or that is self-generated report. How many of us do that, Walimu? Yeah, exactly. I have done it. You cannot do it only and only. Yeah? Do you know the speed of AI? Do you know the speed of AI? What do we now need to do? This transformation. How do you transform? I transform my business to use AI tools to detect AI reports. Because I do investigations. And I have got guys even, I think I have 2 students from here who are doing part of my investigations. And they have to submit on soft copy and I cross-check. If it's AI, you don't get your salary. Because I need guys to think. The only time you do, your input into the system. Because my system runs on very big data. Right? So to so business transformation. We move from traditional way of doing things to the digital world of now. The world is digital now. So how would you do that? I wish the ICT person who was the budget was here. We discussed budget and how to do that. Right? But the next thing that you see as an advantage here for workers in industrial setups is greater safety for workers by reducing jobs in dangerous environments. In dangerous environments, we don't send human person. We send machines. Robotization. We send machines to do that one. So it has both goods and the bad. But as we go on, what we need to get worried is 8 million jobs will have disappeared by 2030 as a result of automation. So many jobs will have disappeared. But as those jobs disappear, what are we saying? These novel technologies will want skilled persons. So first thing we need to start doing ourselves, anybody who's seated here, start skilling yourself in these technological pillars. There's so much on the net about AI, training courses. Do that. Get to understand and you will catch these guys. They're very easy to catch. Right? They could be smart on the machines, but with human capacity, we are smarter. Unless you do that, you will not. Right? Also, you find that even these students themselves, they are becoming very new professionals. Very smart people. Their reports are very smartly done. Why? Because of taking advantage of what is there in the market right now. You also don't be left. But the next thing, the speed at which these changes are happening, the speed at which they are happening is unbelievable. Just the other day we were on 2G, we moved to 3G, we moved to 4G. We are now fighting to have 5G. Russia already has 5G, US has 5G. That's even coming into Kenya. What is 5G? The speed of data transmission. How do you manage that? How do you plug yourself into that so that you're not left behind? So my dear sister, you need to think of transformation, right? But then also you know that they're highly dependent on technology. Our youngsters right now, they're highly dependent on technology, they're technology lovers. So we need to find how we really need to handle that. So that is business transformation, move everything in the digital world, and also be able to assess them digitally. If they give you digital reports, you assess them manually. I wish the IT person was here, we discuss robotization and automation. That would save it. Any other question? I hope I've answered you, my sister.
Yeah, sure.
Or I've frustrated you more.
No, I hear you.
Thank you. One last question. Yes, my sister.
Hi, my name is Okemo Kemuto, a student of journalism and mass communication. I have interest with this industry 4.0, but now, how does its multi-risk that it have related to the society's tensions and its impact to community resilience?
Thank you. I have very good answers to the impact it has on the community. Number one thing is urbanization. How many people are moving from rural to come to Nairobi? Very many, right? But the thing that our government has done to mitigate on the risk of urbanization is decentralization of government. Right? So every county has its own government, so we are finding more and more persons remaining back there. But what are these other social impacts that it has? Let me go back to that slide and give it to you in details. I had so much, I wish there was time, nevertheless. Impact. Now, one of the impacts of this is that it is requiring us to engage with our staff, to engage with them. And how do you engage? For us to build resilience. Now, my sister here asked a very good question. And the only way to ensure that I'm building resilience on her, for her to be able to give her best in terms of remediation and in terms of marking, right? We have to engage her and tell her, what do we move from here to there? So a lot of engagement as item number one is required. And item number two is rethinking, retraining, skill development pathways, and making structural changes for the longer term. How do we develop our skills? How have I developed my skills? How do you develop your skills so that we are able to ensure that in the long term we mitigate the risks that are coming with these industrial four technologies to the minimum low or to as low as is reasonably possible, right? Now, the next thing, we have to have a high workforce engagement. Number one, we must practice a lot of L&D. L&D is learning and development. Focus area must be that. We need to sit down with our lecturers, professors, doctors, all cadres in the academia, and learn and develop them in these technology areas. If we don't do that, they'll be left behind. And the Gen Zs will take over. Tuko pamoja. The next thing is empowerment and ownership. We must have to learn those skills and own them. Alright? Let's do a simple cybersecurity exercise, alright? Open your phones, go to devices. Tell me how many devices are connected to your phone and tell me which devices those are. And if you engage your hotspot, I can connect to all of you guys in a second. Do you see that? Now, that's what we are saying, empowerment. If you don't do that, my dear sister, some things will happen behind your phone without your knowledge. You get it? So we must empower people and make sure that they own and they can see. Do you see number of devices on your phone? How many are there? Nani yako na mbili ama tatu waniambie? Quick, just raise your hand up. Doesn't mean that you're a bad person. So I'm saying you're so. Nani yako na mbili ama moja? Tell me which is the other device. Nani ameconnect na simu yako? Do you know who's connected? That's what we are saying. If you're not empowered, you will not know this kind of things are happening behind the scenes. But they are there, right? Then we must also collaborate and connect with each other. Collaboration requires, for example, we sit in a conference like this, organized by FHSS, isn't it? For us to enlighten ourselves and develop connections and empowerment. You are now connected to me, I'm connected to you. If you have any question on these industrial technologies, I am available to respond to you and to give you a roadmap of how you get yourself to that end of value chain that makes sure that you are not played anyhow, isn't it? The next is impacts and recognition. We must also recognize our weaknesses as individuals in this environment. And if you recognize your weaknesses, you go back to what you discussed, learning and development. Really develop yourself, right? I'm not a professor. There are so many professors here. But give me certificates. Maybe they got a certificate 42, right? So many certificates. And when a free course, I think I have 50 or free courses. When a free course on the internet, I do it. Develop and develop yourself to be able to, right? Then finally, the other impact, all right? You realize right now, because with technology, these young guys their voice is becoming much louder, much higher. And they are conducting themselves in a way that even us in the intelligence community are saying, we wish by that time we were active, we would have done it this way. So their voice is growing louder and higher because of this, right? So what happens to us after this industry 4.0? We have mentioned. What happens to us? We must be resilient to them and we must sustain our resilience. Can you be able to attain those two if you're not prepared in that? You cannot. So let's go back to that.
Just before you leave that.
Yes, please.
Just before you leave the 11 pillars.
Yes, my brother.
My concern is
we reference our thinking from past scholars and whatever. Some few minutes ago, the Equity Bank person mentioned about production and quoted the countries that are high in production. We grow our children on certain education systems. Even when Gen Z have surpassed us, they are our children. Now, the system of education, especially formal education, is anchored on certain thinking and certain pillars. Now, when we talk about the 11 pillars, we are talking about business revolution. But then how can we join industrial revolution? How can we join our thinking in that revolution so that we can join our education system with that, such that the professor is not worried about producing a unit students through using systems. And remember, these are the systems these children have gone through, and now we are talking about them surpassing us. So in our system, what can we put in place compared to even those industrialized countries that we are proud of? That will be my question.
I think the only thing that we have got down, let me speak to men, number one. Men are the custodians of serve the children. Right? But most of the time we find the school homework is done by all in the creation of children. A woman is naturally designed by God Almighty to raise her. A man is designed to raise the family of children. Home education is a home education. How do we reduce the crime in our country to minimum low? Crime of violence. It is when men sit on their seat, right, video and exercise the natural authority of the Bible. If we do that, we raise whose mind is open to you, right? I do know that there was something I don't know what to do. After about 3 years, I don't know. Thank you, Mother D. How many of us are puppies amongst those dogs? Puppies. At the lower juice. Puppy wakiwa na mama na wameshiba. What do? They make a lot of noise necessarily. Kweli wongo. Mzee akija fanya what do the puppies do? They disappear and keep quiet. That is the same example I want to bring into our families. The men have not sat well to educate their sons on social orders, social defenses on our. When it comes to the system of education, we are also saying that we are teaching our children using the old material. I'll give you an example. My friend had his son who scored very well in KCSE, and he told his son, "Kijanangu, hapa kwangu kama huwezi kuwa daktari hautaishi. Lazima uende Chiromo ufanye medicine." The boy went to Chiromo, did his medicine for 6 years and scored a straight A, first class honors in medicine. On the graduation day, alikuja kapewa kwa yake ndani, hii yako chukua, mimi nafanya photography. And he went 6 years of medicine, done, finished, came back this way. Right? So what are we saying? We are saying that we need to review our systems. When the CDC came, I was like, yeah, probably this is very, very wonderful. Probably. But then you look at how have we transformed the education system from the day that I was being educated to the day we are feeding our children right now. Our government tried to do that by saying we supply everybody computers. That never worked, isn't it? So basically what I am saying, not in very deep terms, because I think there needs to be a task force to review this. Relevant information and type of teaching to suit them in the market that is there in the world. When you are making think about as a country of Kenya, Israel sends C-137 aeroplanes that carries tons and tons of people. 10 of them. Israel. They are now using that mchanga for us to plant fruits. The next thing that we are doing, we are focused a lot on external labor, overseas labor, and forgetting our own children. We have engineers developed in this country, but when it comes to government tenders, we don't give to them. We give to you. What happens to our children? What happens to our children? So there needs to be that conversation around everything with reference to GRC, governance, and forgetting R, and compliance, and forget the meaning of R around that. Right? That governance includes reviewing our system of education. That's my thought. If I've answered you. Last question, because I'm meeting in somebody else's time. Last question, please. Thank you. It means my case was convincing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think this session would not have been complete without you. Thank you even for making sure that you've kept time. And I'm sure the management will get to watch what you have presented, and I'm hoping it is going to add value to the institution. Thank you very much. Let us give our panel speaker 5 factorial clap. Start. Thank you very much. Now I want to welcome Anthony. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Daktari. I will try to fit in the 5 minutes. But I think that is little bit. Yeah, that's okay. Before I start, I would like to appreciate the nations. It's good to appreciate your seniors. Nyang'au taught me at the University of Nairobi when I was pursuing my master's degree at the Department of Philosophy. I don't know you are running away when I'm giving accolades to you. Now, I'm here to present a paper at this conference. Under that theme, I'm not going to read through, and that's a theme. Under the title, Transformative Justice, Strategies for Ensuring Equal Rights and Opportunities for Nubian Women in Nairobi. What motivated me to do this paper is a study that I conducted in Nairobi, in Kibra, on citizenship and marginalization. This study was looking at the experiences faced by and occurred by Nubian women in their quest to get citizenship and how that then affects their socio-economic and political lives. My people will take the structure that I am presented here. But then, what is transformative justice? Because now that's where I ought to start. Transformative justice addresses systemic inequalities and structural barriers that perpetuate marginalization in the society, hindering members of the community from realizing their full potential. It tries to address root causes of marginalization, key among them being discriminatory practices by the duty bearers, and they tend to be left at the periphery in the development discourses here in Kenya. From the global level, Kenya ratified several conventions, key among them being the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Africa Charter on Human and People's Rights, and we also have the Constitution that guarantees fundamental rights to each and every person in Kenya. Yet we have a community who have been living in this country for over 100 years and continuously struggle to access citizenship. When we were coming to this facility today, probably those of us who are not affiliated to this university were asked for an identification document, an ID. I don't know how many among us worked for that document. Think about it. You've been here not for 1 year, not for 2 years, not for 3, not for 5, for over 100 years. Yet when you go to seek for these services, ID, identification document, or a passport, you are asked to provide a birth certificate of your grandmother, of your grandfather, of your father. These are the struggles that the Nubian community have been going through for the longest time. Now, what then is the implication of this marginalization and these discriminatory practices? These people tend to have limitations in access to education, healthcare, employment, and even political participation. They cannot vie for any political seat. And even when there are public participation sessions, they find themselves limited to participate because, now, where am I going to participate? If anything, I am not a recognized citizen of this country. Post-secondary education, most of them are not able to proceed. Because for you to get admission to this university, most likely you are going to be asked for either a birth certificate or an ID card. So, after Form 4, and you don't have this particular document, it means you cannot progress. What then? That relegates you to informal sector jobs. What then that means is that the few people in the Nubian community who have made a breakthrough in life, if I may say, are going to be depended upon by so many people. Because think of it this way, without an ID in Kenya, definitely you cannot get a KRA PIN. True? Without a KRA PIN, you cannot register a business. True? You cannot own land. Right? Traveling is a problem. So this community are relegated to the periphery when it comes to the development discourses in this country. We cannot talk about sustainable development when a section of the society has been left behind. We have to move forward as a people, because for the longest time, and for particular communities in this country, citizenship discourses for the Nubian, the Somali, the Arab Kenyans, getting a citizenship is a matter of national security and not an issue of right. When we look at the Constitution chapter 3 on citizenship, you see, it guarantees each and every person the right to a citizenship. So if they are denied this right, then how can we talk about inclusion and equality in Kenya? This being a research that I conducted it in Akibra, and it adopted a mixed method approach, with qualitative being the dominant one, and quantitative being employed for triangulation purposes. I piloted the data, went in households to do the survey, and for qualitative, I employed in-depth interviews and key informant interviews. The sample size was 193, which I arrived at using the Fisher's formula. And as said, I conducted this study in Kibra. I organized it into stratas, the 5 administrative wards. And most of the newbies are actually found in Makina. How did I arrive at these people? Because I used a simple random sampling to get to know where they were. I used community health promoters. Because Kibra, ideally, is inhabited by so many communities, and not only the newbies. I will not go through that because of time, because that's about the methodology. But now, this slide is important. How did I process the data? From data, raw data, to cleaning, to check, to flag out the outliers, check data labels. I cleaned the data. For quantitative, I used Tata version 7. But for qualitative, because it was recorded, I had to verbatimly transcribe, translate, and code using NVivo version 12. Thank you. What then did I find out? Demographically, the response rate was quite commendable. It was 91%. Majority of them, interestingly, had ID card, unlike what I hypothesized. However, 100% of all of them underwent vetting. And what I mean by vetting is being vetted at 7 stages, 7 levels of vetting before you are cleared to get an ID card. To get an ID card. That is showcased. And what then that means is that, because it takes time, it takes up to 6 years for you to get an ID. Imagine you've completed your Form 4 this year. Before you join, if you have to join a university, it will take you 6 to 7 years. So most of them don't pursue higher education. You see, it's good I read one of the verbatim quote saying, getting an ID is challenging due to prolonged vetting processes that demands extensive documentation. That's just an analysis. See, in terms of employment, most of them again are relegated to informal sector, helping 94% of those people are interviewed work in the informal sector, meaning they fetch so little for their lives and livelihoods. The problem is them. Now, what then is the conclusion? Citizenship definitely shapes the social and economic aspect of everyone. And it is even worse for the newbies. So, continued discrimination of these people leaves them at a disadvantaged position. Hence, for them to realize their full potential, it will take a little bit more as compared to other members of the society who are at the vantage position. What then should be done? These structural barriers that exist should be scrapped. As you can see from my recommendation number 4. I'd like to mention that on 20th of April this year, the President scrapped the vetting processes in Kenya. However, a month after, the CS Interior issued guidelines, which is more or less the same, because they're saying you have to be done by the elder, the chief, you go all the way to the DCC, the DCI, and the NIS has to give you a final approval. So it even made it more difficult. So why can the government do away completely with these vetting processes? They need to be empowered. They need to know what is it they are fighting for. Streamlining the bureaucratic handles that has been sorted, and issues of resolving large conflict. This is the last thing that I'm going to discuss. Rubies came here in the pre-colonial era, and they came to help the British soldiers in their fight. However, post-independence, they were not recognized as a native ethnic group for this land. Actually, in the census, they are referred to as others. Each and every one of us here has an ethnic community, but for them, the census report on look at the 2019, they are referred to as others. So they need that ethnic code for them to feel part of Kenyans, and that way we can have an elaborate discussion on inclusion and sustainable development. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. Let us appreciate him. So next, let us listen to Professor Kolomba. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I don't start counting minutes now until the vision is there, because 5 minutes are just good. I will talk a little before Okay, thank you very much. My research is straddling between literacy, education, gender, and culture. In fact, when I said the first time, they put me in literature because I'm in literature, but I said it's not here. And we did it in Kisii Central Sub-County with my colleague who is in Kisii University. I'll say that this research was prompted by another research we did in Tharaka North Sub-County, where we were working with girls in high school, and the results of that research showed that girls had very little knowledge about their sexual and reproductive health, and especially about their menstruation and their where to get help. We got results like their mothers were shy, their fathers, it's taboo, their elder sisters are hiding sanitary pads. So we moved from high school to primary to see whether this knowledge on sexual and reproductive health is there. So that's why we now went to Kisii to do research with primary schools. And I want to mention that this research was funded by CODE. CODE is the Canadian Organization for Development Through Education, and they're the ones who funded the two projects. So the reason why we picked Kisii as a follow-up to that research in Tharaka, it's because of what was happening there. There were recorded rates of high many pregnancies for teenagers, and we chose it as a follow-up. And we chose Kisii by looking at 5 primary schools so that we could be able to look at what are the nature of the sexual and reproductive health literacy materials available, and if they are there, are they accessed, and whether the adolescents are able to get messages from them. Because now the earlier research was in high school, we went to go out to see, do these girls come with knowledge from primary? Then we also looked at what the community was doing to help them access these materials, which would help in the literacy. Or literacy here means understanding how to cope with their health. How can girls know what to do after their menstruation? Do they know what to do if the teacher asks for sex or something like that? Of course, we used a descriptive survey research design, and the methods used is we try to look at the materials available, the sources, how they are accessed, and their ability to comprehend. And we sampled 5 schools from grade 5, grade 6, and class 7. Each of the classes had 50 pupils, so the whole sample was 750, but we picked 30%, meaning in every class we were picking 15 pupils, 8 girls and 7 boys. We involved boys because sexually reproductive health literacy is not for girls only, and because we were addressing the problem of high pregnancy rates, we figured out that the boys are also party to the pregnancies. So we involved both of them. So we ended up with 225 pupils, each school 45, because it's grade 5, 6, and class 7, because we carried out the research in 2022, 2023. On top of that, we also got 20 teachers and 5 end teachers from all the schools. That is 1 from each school. 5 deputies, because there were 5 schools, and we also got 20 selected community leaders. That is 1 youth leader. Mostly we were getting the border guy, because he's the one who will tell us what to do when you carry these girls around, what is happening. We also got the health volunteers, the BOMs, the religious leaders. These ones we held open group discussions with them. And the pupils, we gave them questionnaires. We also gave them comprehension to read and see whether they get the messages. And the teachers, we used those methods, plus the focus group discussions. I just want to give you a break by showing you some photos. That is the schools. We took some pictures. Here you can see us giving the questionnaires, and the supervising, the reading comprehension. Down here is the community group in one of the schools. So in each school we did this. The religious leader, the teachers, the BOM, the border guy, and we talk about what is it with these pregnancies? Is it that the parents are not doing it, the teachers are not doing it, the church is not doing it, or what is the problem? And the pupils themselves told us through the writing. So now let's go to findings. I've gone like that because we have been told to do quick. The types we got, the pupils told us that they got most of the materials about their sexuality from the CRA books, the life skills, the instruction in the teacher's guidebooks, or excerpts from the visitors who sometimes came to school. But there were no specific types set aside to teach them about their life or what to do when. And the teachers also mentioned the sources like books, instructional materials, the libraries, some said siblings, the magazines, and even dispensaries and posters. The modes of assessing is like assignments, handouts, borrowing from the library. Those that when the priests come and the pastors to talk to them, they tell them something little, but it became clear that this was not enough. So that's why we looked at the school support. They invite some professionals, they help them to borrow books, but we noted that in most schools there were no libraries. So even when materials were donated, they were put in some box somewhere and they weren't read. So they also say they were advised to watch films on sexual and reproductive health, or to join church groups, or seek help from parents and siblings on the sexual challenges. Further, we now realized while there are those ways of accessing them, there were challenges. There were no reading materials at home because they could, some of the parents were not very well up, so they couldn't afford these materials, and the schools also lacked appropriate ones. The challenges of utilizing is most of the pupils could not be able to comprehend or read the materials and understand, 60.4%. Parental control based on cultures, that you don't talk about menstruation, you don't talk about sex. In fact, in one of the discussion groups we were told, there was an uncle who used to have sex with a class 7 girl every day when she went to school. The mother followed her one day and she went all the way to their house, and when she called them, the two of them bait her up. I still don't believe, but these guys you've seen here to the start. So even if that is happening, when it's taken back, it's like we don't talk about that. So you're pregnant, you leave school, and they gave us that idea that there's a cultural aspect which makes pregnancy not stop. Lack of role models for advice because of the societies also. The capacity of teachers, they don't have that capacity to handle those sexual and reproductive health issues. Of course, we mentioned the literacy also, and girls' chronic absenteeism from school. I was thinking about this girl who has sanitary pants. We were told some girls don't go to school because they don't have pads, so that week when there's menstruation, they're not coming. We also got the same thing when we went to the Raka North. So there's some corroboration of information there. So we asked them to propose solutions in the discussions and the writing. These were some of the solutions. Teachers and religious leaders to take more proactive role in sensitizing adolescents on their sexual and reproductive health needs. Public health professionals to address community members on the sexual and reproductive health during the public forums, to talk about what the parents are not doing to avoid these many pregnancies, which mainly came up during COVID, if you remember. This research was after COVID. The county public health department to develop and dispatch the sexual and reproductive health materials to schools for them to be used because they were not enough. Then introduction of sexual and reproductive health literacy clubs in schools. This was a debate. We settled at clubs in the discussions because those who are Kenyans know the debate about the sex education. So in the clubs, they would talk about it there. So conclusions is there were not inadequate materials on sexual health and reproductive health and literacy, and those that were there were shallow. The adolescents were not exposed to a variety of these materials because they only got to read materials that were available in classroom situation. They also faced challenges in utilization because of language, poverty, cultural barriers, and lack of models. The community as well as schools provided the adolescents with minimal support to access these materials. So that's the problem that comes in high school now. Implications of these findings or the recommendations. We came up with many recommendations. I have a few here. There is need for sensitization in schools and also outside the schools about what the adolescents need to protect themselves from being prone to these pregnancies. Establishment of sexual and reproductive health literacy, community working groups to assist in enhancing the uptake of this education. Workshops on the same, especially for adolescents. The clubs again are here in order to enhance the uptake. And lastly, to sensitize both boys and girls on their rights and their equal opportunities, because that is the only way we can achieve the universal gender equity, which is in SDG 4 and 5. So what we did is we interacted with the community, with the school, with the pupils, and we were able to get really where the problem that we got in the Raka North comes from. It's because our children, the pupils, do not have access to what might enlighten them against the disadvantages of dropping out of school because you're girls, getting pregnant and all that. So these were our recommendations. Thank you very much. And because we have moved fast, I think I can take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I think that the finding is very interesting. And you say it's a follow-up of what you did in Taraka. And I realize you have funded it.
Yes.
Now, because there are so many of these research findings, now the issue will be, so what next? Because you have provided everything, maybe the way forward there. How is that likely to be taken up to improve the situation in both places? So to avoid the issue of, yes, very nice piece of work, but at the end, thank you.
Thank you for that. In fact,
if you just may allow, just a follow-up comment. Maybe also if these findings would be pointing us out to the reality across the country, apart from the two areas, and if the recommendations would apply across the country.
Yes. Make sure I remember I'm not an artificial intelligence device. Nikisahau na nikumbusha the question. Maybe I can answer this too. Thank you. I think they are related. Now that we did in Tharaka, and the reason actually why we didn't go back to Tharaka to find out why the problem is for the sake of distribution, and of course we also looked at the cultural background so that we could go to the same thing. But I can tell you we had an online meeting with the funders. Today is Thursday, on Tuesday, and we are writing policy brief to submit to the county for action because there is no other way. And I agree that it's only for Kisii sub-county, central sub-county, but maybe if we are able to do others, or another group can be able to do to check the other areas, because that is only Tharaka and Kisii, then they can. But yes, we won't just keep quiet because you can't do research and sit. We are in conversation with the donor and we are writing a policy brief which they will read, then we submit to the county government of Kisii. I think it has answered the two questions. Yeah. Now I can take the other one. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. That's a thorn in the flesh about girls' pregnancy in this country. Remember even the education report, what they produced when COVID struck Kenya, and children were told. Now my question is still expand on the recommendation.
the brief that you write, the policy brief that you write, share it with the Minister of Education, because the structure of formal education, the only level county government can handle is early childhood education. So that policy directed to the Minister of Education at the county directorate level and possibly at the national level. Second,
yeah, thank you for that. Even when we wrote our proposal, we indicated that it is likely to produce